Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Um, welcome to Gladimaru. It feels a bit like lo-fi hip-hop radio beats to relax and study to. Yeah, I actually, chose it because it was kind of a mix between jazz and lo-fi. Something that was kind of chill, and, it has some, what's the instrument? Some saxophone in it. Good day, Moros. Welcome, welcome. You're up early. You're up very early. Good old 7 a.m. stream. So what do you think you're about to do, huh?
Transfixed.
That's not how you come at... It's not how you come at a Dark Souls player, buddy. That's how you learn not to be an idiot. That's... Ooh. You're at work? Why do you work so early? You stole your luck. You stole my luck today. I can have it back in time for some rolls for YELAN. And probably some other people's luck too. Yeah, we're gonna have to, I don't know. What do I do here? I don't know, I guess I just chart the course for that regardless. It's not like I'm gonna get it anyways. I almost said unless and then hit it. It came to give me luck. Well, hopefully your job doesn't require a bunch of attention so that you can actually, like, see this and not have to sit in the background waiting. And I might finally get Razor. I'm like, Wolf Boy. Not his name. It's down here. Ain't no way. Oh, we have a new story quest as well. We've got probably something in here. Yep, sure do. But more importantly, do I have any events that I can hit up? Ooh, we should probably do that. I'll do that. Oh, okay. Wolf Boy's his street name. Yeah, okay. Okay, Spider-Man. So, I mean, I guess I could get right into it. I mean, why not? What's going on in here? I get it. Okay. It's, oh, alright. And then it wants me to turn that into something, which I'm not going to do. Nothing important in there. So we'll just start by swapping the team around. That's not the button to do that. That's not the button at all. And we do this appropriately. Why do I have so many teams? What are you? Get out of here. Oh, that's not how I do that. Oh, I can't save the settings. I guess I'll just... There we go. Alright. You made sure to be here to see kill Chong Yun and step on that pine cone. Yeah, beautiful. This is exactly as is necessary. So, what should we use for our pulling team today? Probably YELAN for a starter.
Let's go get ourselves
We
some answers.
need Shen Yun for the
My
bird
contraptions are
killing.
calibrated. We may now depart.
And Arlecchino because she's my
This will be a
favorite.
productive partnership.
And then, where are you, Chongyun? There you are.
Present.
And then Chongyun for the sacrifice. Ends as per usual. We will now proceed. As usual. We're gonna go up to the top here. He's not dead, is he? He's dead. He's already dead. That is not the button to do that. Okay, fantastic. I don't... Dang it, wrong button again. Interesting that that does that just like Zenless Zone Zero does so. Anyways.
After all that training.
After all that training, only to get pushed off of a bell tower and sacrificed to the Genshin overlords. What a shame. What a shame. This is the same method I used to get Farina on my first 10 pull on her banner. So it is a tried and true method, but will it come out again? Crap. Ignore these two birds, they're not important. What unholy ritual is this? Oh, you haven't seen it, have you? It is my wishing ritual. He sounds so sad when he dies. Jonathan would not approve. I know he wouldn't approve. I don't think anyone should approve of this. We make Timmy cry, that's a very important step. Luckily, we got him just before nightfall. And now we must go to the nearest pine cone. Excellent. We got a couple extra birds. If anyone approved of this, they are just as psychotic as me. And that's not a good thing. Make Arlecchino step on the pine cone. Perfect. Right foot in the pine cone. That's not the right button. It's gonna be F3 here. Excellent. Begin. Okay. Okay, just some regular stuff. Some nonsense. Psychosis is not a fun place to be. I got a Yanfei. But to be fair, the only soul who would do such an obscene ritual has to have something wrong with them. Okay. I didn't check the pity. I should probably do that for the content, really. Got another Yanfei. Can I please have a Razor? I don't have a Razor yet. I got a Xiangling, that's like C11. Got like my C11 Xiangling. This is exactly what I wanted. So history, I gotta check that. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 45 exactly. And this is before... Then we are way higher on that than I thought we would be. Unless it's just accounted for those, which it hasn't. Not having Razor is like not having Lisa. Except Lisa's given to you through the story and Razor isn't. We're at 65 pity. We'll hit another 10. Okay. This is 75 pity. Now what, oh what could possibly go wrong? Oh wow, I got a Favonius Codex. Man, I really needed one of those. Aren't you giving me Razor? This is 76 6. Pretty sure he got given for free at an event, not one that I was online for. There are gaps in my play. Very large gaps. One that's nearly a year long. 78. Damn. 79. Damn. 80. Damn. It's a cruel world we live in. 81. Damn. 82. There we go. 82. Dinari. C3? Or C2? Or is he C1? I don't remember. We broke the 50-50 chain. Probably a good thing. C2. What's that do, by the way? Dendro damage bonus. You don't have Tainari? What's angering me is that I don't have Dia yet. Now you're gonna give me Razor. You son of a bitch.
You
Thanks.
smell nice. Let's hunt.
The intimidation worked. Nat 20. Nat 20 intimidation. Oh, look, another Yanfei. I finally have fucking Razor. I finally have Razor. What do you... What? Oh, cool. Thanks. Finally have fucking Razor, man. It only took me 3 years to get Razor. It only took me 3 years to get Razor. One of the characters added in the very first edition of the game. He was in there for the very first edition. Which leaves 1 4-star left. You. One of the few heterochromatic characters in this game, if not the only one. I'm pretty sure you're the only one. There needs to be more. Emily is actually like good. The only niche thing about her is that she basically needs a pyro unit on her team to do optimal damage output. Yeah. Could definitely use a constellation for YELAN though. Can't believe this happened. Anyways, we're gonna finish this off and just see what happens. Gotcha, gotcha. Yanfei. How's that not surprising? Thanks for the C13 Yanfei. Think I got enough of those. Excellent Favonius Codex and a C14 Yanfei. Hit it again. See what happens. Okay. Okay. What you gonna do to me this time? Let me guess. Another Yanfei? C15 Yanfei? C15 Yanfei. Oh, and it gave me a rain slasher. Give me C15 Yanfei. I will actually perish. Luckily, I have enough for another few of those. I don't need Beto or Noel. Hit it. Okay. C16 Yanfei? She likes you because you are also red. Then why can't I pull Billy? God fucking damn it. C16 Yanfei? C16 Yanfei. There is someone out there in this game without a Yanfei that is in tears right now. They have fallen to their knees, they are weeping into their hands. And part of that makes me very happy. But yeah, not only is Billy also red, but he is also a revolver-wielding cyborg who is barely human, just like me, and my 96% augmented ass. Doesn't look like it though, because I faked all my skin. Anyways. I didn't even give it the time of day. I apologize. I should have given you the time of day. One more. And it would be very funny if this got converted into a C17 Yanfei. No, it didn't. You could have played into the joke there. Coward. What an absolute coward. Oh well, there will be more wishes, and I'm going to take that pine cone that I am currently sitting on. Huh. I thought so. Looks like you and Delica are in the same boat. And Raiden too. And I still... I still don't have Dia.
This spells the end of the exorcists.
It does spell the end for the exorcists. For I am a demon. And I will plague you all. Anyways, there should be a few events in which I can get a few more pulls. In which case, we will either approach ALN C1, or we will approach getting whoever comes next on the banner. This puts my official 50-50 record at 5. Which I will now have to beat somehow. I will make you more powerful. Just you wait. Just you wait. So, events. what to do now. Is there any more monster? No. Damn it. I ran out of monster. We'll do this since it's got a day left. To the Maritime Harbor, I suppose.
Take it easy.
Wait a minute. New event is basically curling. Like the exercise? Hey, you. Take that. Can I level you up now? Sure can. Thanks. Now give me the standard banner wish so I can throw it in spite. Don't fucking scare me. Like the Canadian sport with the stones, gotcha. Interesting. Could also give me Candace. But interesting. I now have C4 Beta. And still no Candace. Hey you. Hey you. So cold. Definitely shouldn't have gone out into the wind willy-nilly. Oh my goodness, get inside, get yourself a warm cup of tea, and drink up, warm up, and maybe try this later. Okay, you just want to make paintings. Painting isn't easy if you have icicle fingers, and just keep that in mind. Oh boy. Okay, alright, yep. Okay. Oh, holy shit, okay. This'll make things easier. Oh, that's pretty. Begin. Oh, I have to navigate there? I might cry. How dare you? At least I can kill him again. This time without feeding him. Nope. We just need the exploration team. We don't need to sick the moisties on them. They're Harlequina. They're not the moisties anymore. I changed that name. During the photo taking phase. Okay, very cool. I don't... Nope. That's too many words. Excellent. I don't need all of those words, thanks. Misequip you. Fuck you. Great. What? Um... Huh. Okay. I see. I am using a charged attack. And that character wields the power of animo. I'm sorry? 10 out of 10 composition. I know, right? I love taking the worst possible photos. Excellent. Beautiful. Alright, give me that. Delicious. We're gonna do it again. Alright, at least this one is directly next to a teleport point, which is going to make my life a whole lot easier. Bruh. Don't you ever lag me again. I will murder your entire family. What the fuck does that last one say? You made those words up.
If you are presently
You...
unoccupied, perhaps
You made those words up, buddy. So we'll just... Excellent. That one's going into the gallery. That one's funny. It's the light alignment from Fontaine. Yeah, no, those words are just made up. That's not real. Who discovers Fontaine mechanics? Yeah, I don't know what an archy is, and whatever it is, you can't just make up words and expect me to know them. No one really knows or cares about archy though. Yeah, like how am I supposed to know what the fuck your made-up word means? Without a proper description at least. And how are new players supposed to understand that? Come at me and I slaughter you. You were warned. I'll even make it slow. Excellent, just like that. Yeah. Great. It's there, we just didn't read or care because the tutorial only gives one primo. Yeah, but like, at least underneath of this, like underneath like what it said is like, because not every player is gonna know what an archy is. Like most people are gonna know what pyro and claymores are, and I hope everyone knows what running is. But not everybody's gonna know what an archy is because not everyone's played the Fontaine quest yet.
something you wish to report? Go on.
Nope. Got nothing to report. We're gonna look. Here. Can't wait to see what happens next. I love how so far all of them have been on my team. It's only a matter of time, though. Haven't had to change my team yet. Great. Cryo. Characters from Fontaine. Now, wait a second. Wait a minute. Now, I know you have a Snezhnayan vision. But you were raised in Fontaine. And none of the characters I have are from Fontaine. Excellent. Oh, definitely not from Fontaine, game mechanics-wise. Canonically not from Fontaine. What the hell is arc key alignment? I don't get that. Like, what does it actually do for anybody? Like, yeah, canonically she's Snezhnayan, but she was raised in Fontaine. Like, that never changed. It's the light dark shit that you use to solve puzzles. But you pick those up. Do some of them just naturally have the ability to touch those balls and make them work fine? I worded that very intentionally, just so you know. We'll just... This is why I said game mechanics-wise. We were talking about whether Snezhnayan mechanics will apply to her in the future. I wonder... who's not in this team? Electra, right?
Sooner
Brilliant,
we're done,
what a
the
team. And let me just throw Arlecchino on here. Or should I say Arlecchino?
No need to fret. I shall handle this.
If Farina switches between them? That's too complicated. Normal attack. Excellent. Okay, and event time. Claim the rewards. And then... Geopolarm. I should have chose Yunjin. Yunjin would have been perfect for this. But I chose Chiori instead. Didn't notice how her outfit turns light or dark depending on what mode she's in. I noticed for sure her, like, pieces of her outfit change, and the fact that she has a different hair color. Or not hair color, but hairstyle. Excellent. And now we wait. That might be the best photo I've taken so far. She also gets jellyfish hair. Yeah, the hairstyle switch up is what I was talking about. Primarily. Sick. Anyways, back to the event. Electro sword, huh? Isn't saying much. Yeah. Primarily because when it comes to events, I love to take the most abysmal possible photos. Well, didn't realize I was going underground. It's kind of sick. Thanks for taking me to hell. This is perfect. Okay, wait, how close can I get to that? Okay, Oh, that's beautiful. Okay. I guess I can get a golden reward on some of them for fulfilling all of them. Beautiful. That's gonna make things absolutely fantastic for me. I'm going to make some absolutely abysmal photos now.
Quite a downpour. Nothing will get done until it clears. Let this be a lesson to those who yesterday said I'll do it tomorrow.
I don't play you at all. Oh, nice. Well, something just died horribly. Cool. Oh. Hi.
Laid bare.
Bye.
Oh, something with which to commemorate this occasion.
Oh, excellent. Can't wait to climb up there. I should have grabbed, I should have grabbed Xian Yun for this. This would have been absolutely perfect. Gimme, gimme. Photograph time. What we got? Cryo. Leeway. Too fucking bad, loser.
Judgment!
What the fuck is this? That one's going in. Ooh, that one was bad. I should have done it the other way though. Can I go that way with it?
You can't run!
And that's beautiful. I love this game mode already. Thanks for giving me camera-based events. So no joking, okay composition? I don't know how you think that, but I will take it, thank you. Where the fuck did I just go? What the hell? Am I at the right place? Yeah, okay. Thanks. I see where I'm supposed to go. Mm. Gimme. Delicious. Oh, oh. Perfect. Really high up. Dendro bow. Well, shit.
Work hard and live each day to the fullest. That is what life in Mondstadt is all about.
I know what I must do. You son of a bitch.
I'll lead the way.
You son of a bitch. Eh? I have to wait? Oh boy. I can't wait to see what this is about to be like. Okay, so... right about here, I think it wanted me to be. 1907. That's a long time ago. That's 117 years. 117 years ago. Okay, excellent. I think I'm right on top of the camera location. Get it! Okay, there's got to be a better one I can take. Alright, no, there's gonna be a better one. Okay. Oh, I'm too close. Dang. This game should have never allowed me such a power. Why the fuck is that? What does
Don't
that?
be afraid to make mistakes.
F2?
It's all
Huh?
part of the learning process.
None of these buttons make any goddamn sense. I feel like there's something I have to do for this. Something very specific. Oh, it's the worst fucking place to have me go. Alright. We can do it anyways. We'll whip out Her Majesty real quick.
Stay close and you will live.
Hell yeah. But what if I want you to kill me? We won't talk about that.
Let's get down to business.
I will literally slaughter everyone in your entire camp. Maybe don't try that next time. I like how Chiori's burst is ready, and I've done nothing but go around taking pictures. It's beautiful. Alright, what? Oh. No stamina. You fuck. It'd be kinda neat if we got more stamina in the 5.0 update. Or 6.0 for that matter. Okay, hold on. Or wait, maybe I can really focus down. No. Okay,
Staring
so we
into
can
my
kind of
eyes is
do
ill-advised.
one of these,
I
right?
can't promise you'll like what you
And
see.
then we'll do it like that. Excellent. Many people made a super awesome one here. Well, I can't wait to absolutely blow all of their stuff out of the water with my absolute bullshit. Woof or woof? Which one? I might actually legitimately make one that's good here. But
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
To all of Tibet.
excellent. This is good. Let me get closer to the camera. Oh my god. Oh my... By the gods. I didn't mean to see that. Okay. Okay.
The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn. Or a
Okay, so
bubble
that's the
rising
angle
from
I'm
water.
looking at here. Maybe it's good to
Transitory.
go to a lower angle. Things that get you arrested in Japan for 500. True, and I did it in the one that is actually based in Japan. Or based on Japan. Okay, so where's the camera?
Inactivity
There's
serves
the
no
camera?
purpose
Okay.
whatsoever.
Now you shall perish!
Oh my god. Neat. Okay, and then one with...
There is no escape!
No, I didn't go so well.
One day, I will showcase Inazuma's fireworks in all of Tibet.
Neat. Alrighty. That was the only one I took seriously. Alright, so we need an Animo character now. So Tainari, you're out. Yenyun, you're
One
up.
is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace.
I posted it and wasn't even surprised to find a bazillion others had Raiden's burst cinematic. It's probably in the top 3. Yeah, probably.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward!
Give that. Thank you. Now we can look this way. Oh, we have a zoom feature. Oh, yes. Fantastic. Okay. Oh, I can't even get into the shot. I'll jump over here. Fantastic. What a beautiful picture. Oh, what's with the really ominous music? What are we doing?
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Oh, there goes your right to living. See ya, coward. See ya. Well,
Yeah! Skyward!
I
Scatter!
just took the world's steepest slide at the... Oh,
My mechanical masterwork.
thanks for that. Okay. So I've done enough of this. Let's just, like, really... This could actually be a really good photo. Now, how can I ruin it? Dendro Sumeru. Shit. I have to swap characters again. Xianyun, you're out. Nahida, you're
Time
up.
to broaden the horizons again.
Now, how far away can I get? Oh, you sick fuck. You sick fuck.
Please be careful not to touch the plants here.
Everyone hold hands!
The scholar's research seems rather mysterious.
Alright. So now we wait. Do something. Do something. Epic. It's just so far away. Maybe if I can get a little closer, it might actually be good. No. Do something. So far away still. I gotta be right up next to the camera for this? Yes, I did zoom it all the way out. Yuck. Right about here. You gotta go now. Have a nice rest of your stream. And your remaining photos just as well shot. I promise you, very few of them will be this way. Well, that didn't go quite the way I had hoped. This one in the middle is kind of nice. Now to goof around a little more. Binke dama. Oh, my bad, dog. I just wanted to move a little faster. Just completely looks away. Wait, hold on. How can I get like an excellent view of the grass? What? Took away my grass. Oh, I know how I can get an excellent view of the grass. Fantastic. No, don't try to play that with me. We want it to be as in the way as humanly possible. Thanks. Geo Claymore. Well, that's not gonna happen. What? You cuck. You cuck. You're a cuck. Now, as much hill as we can possibly get, right?
Let's go, Tomato.
Damn it. Why has she gotta be so far away? Get in the frame, coward. Get in the frame. Excellent. Excellent photo. I was really onto something here. I mean, I do like how that frames that. That's probably the only good part about this photo. The hill taking up half of it. I can't wait for this person to paint all of this. This poor painter is gonna get all these images, all these photos, and she's gonna be like, okay, fine. I guess this is what I have to contend with. It's just always the most awkward positions, with the important character being as far away from the lens as possible. Okay, so it wants me to get all of that, right? So how can I thwart that in every way possible? Looking down basically at the river. Right. God damn it. Hydro catalyst. Do I even have a hydro catalyst? You. Nervilet. That was pretty fast. No, I didn't mean to do
The
that.
pleasure is all mine.
Use a charged attack. I don't have Kokomi. Mualani, who the hell are you talking about? I have an even better idea now. We make this ground level, right? That one's pretty good. There's gonna be a better one though, I'm sure of it. How about right there? Oh, this is gonna be... Oh, it's gonna be so good. This is great. I love this one. Give me. Do you think I don't see? On. Ah. I'm not dead. I'm just very disappointed. I just jumped up a mountain. I have legs of steel. The fuck is this? What's this little powwow we got over here? Bunch of gangoons. Alright, that's it. You're gone. Thanks. Poke. Poke. Don't do that next time.
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
This should be the last part of the event. And then I'll collect some stuff from Mondstadt and, thanks for the pine cones. Extra luck for me, I guess. Okay. How bad can we make it? Okay, we're gonna make that mountain the center of attention.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning
Pyro
palate.
polearm.
Mon-
Oh, you shouldn't have. Oh, you shouldn't have. Oh. Yoink. But since it's Arlecchino, it'd be funny if they made you have a Hydro Claymore in one of these. How cruel would that be? Okay, I'll take this pretty seriously. Hold on. Can we get into an idle animation really quick? Please and thank you. Any one of them will do. Okay, I'm gonna rewind the clock back to 1800 so we can get this. frickin' beautiful.
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
That's crazy. I will also save that one because that one looks pretty good. I meant to keep taking photos. Sick. Got that going for it. Now, I think there is another way that I can do this. So imagine for a moment I do it like this, but I zoom in a good bit. Right?
Something you wish to report?
No, that's too much.
Go on. You have my undivided
Just
attention.
like that. Shit. I fucked it up. And we'll start a good bit before. That's kind of freaky. I'm glitched. I'm glitched. Look at me. Paimon's frozen in time. Oh. Now enter one of your idols. Hell yeah. This is precisely what I wanted. Excellent. Now we go here. Specifically here so we can send people back to the mines. Is there anybody else we can send? No, she's actually legitimately the best at it. That sucks. Give me them items. We can actually get quite a bit more if I just get some more of stuff done in Simulanka. But... oh, right. I still have to do that.
Ad Astra. Thank you for complete.
Excellent. Now, where are we looking at? Oh, wow. That is a lot less than I thought we would have. Well, send it. We got 3 pulls, I think, from that. Nope. Yeah, we got 3 pulls from that. Fair enough. Your name is now Lingerie. You're not allowed to have a name like that. Oh, I know what that's for. For a second there, I was really confused. But I do need to focus pretty heavily on specifically the Fontaine quest. Where am I in the Fontaine quest again? Because I haven't done it in a while, thanks to Simulanka. Man, I really wish I remembered the controls for the game. That would be pretty sick. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it's Act 5, but what this fucking shit? Who is where? Okay. Oh, do your stupid quest. I've been holding off on that for a while. Why can't the Archon quest just override all that? That would be super useful. Go. I don't care. No, not even a little bit. Nope. Oh, what the hell? That's not what I expected to unlock. Well, that's cool. I can unlock that now. Nope. Don't care. Not a thing. Well, what the hell did that have to do with anything?
A good newspaper should be a lighthouse of truth.
Oh. Let's go backwards.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Nope.
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time
Poison.
back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food. Really?
Wait, what? What?
Oh,
Table? What?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
Nope.
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She
I
said
don't
that
remember.
you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Don't talk like her.
Nice. In which case, can this
Don't do that.
daredevil journalist
You're
dare
not allowed to
request
do
an
that.
exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
Yeah, are we
Oh,
even...
there was a line I was supposed to voice act. My bad.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
No.
Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Good job hiding that, Paimon. You had one job.
That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow.
Yeah, it's because it's not.
If you're
Probably.
seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily.
Right.
From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all
I
likelihood,
mean,
I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always
it's
believed
definitely a
that
bit
it's supposed
sad.
to do
I'm
what you
gonna
enjoy.
be real.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Now, let me get this straight. Let me get things straight here. You were not born to be a journalist. You were assigned journalist at birth. You came out with a pen and paper in your hand. Camera in your jaws. That's how you came out the womb. That's what happened.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
Yeah, I don't know, probably die. Just,
No,
you know.
Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Well, I could choose, huh? Suddenly trying to consider what to do is
We've always
pointless.
been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Yeah, no, I guess I'll just throw myself into the
You
sun.
mean, still traveling?
In a way, yeah.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Yeah. The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rosula safe house at Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rosula safe house at Flavortown. Navia, after her business in poison, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. This is an excellent time for a natural disaster.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Don't talk about that.
But it's still better
Not
than
here
the
for it.
Fortress of Mirapede, that's for
Just
sure.
so you know.
It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Continuing.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
No, not real.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress of Meropide.
So, are you under the impression that we might be, you know, wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear it.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
The Phantom of the Opera.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her. Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
Oh, that's not surprising.
And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
Seems legit.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
Man, where have I heard that one before?
The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
Nope.
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure caught on quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
Typical Farina.
And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling.
It's poison.
Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Looks like those detective novels have had an effect on you.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Alright. We're gonna go to poison now.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Verena really be here?
No.
That's Verena, right over there. She really is here all on her
I've
own.
continuously said that it's poison, not poisson or whatever. I ain't going to no croissant. This is poison.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Verena. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
I have a better line, hold on. Oi!
Who's that?
It's
Don't worry,
me.
Verena, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
No.
Verena, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
I also have super perception. I could smell your tears.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
God, you are such a terrible liar.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Oh, you got the big sad now, don't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Uh-oh.
Quick, after her!
Verena, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Get ready.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Verena
Hey,
just ran off.
pocket frogs.
Quick, we have to catch up with her.
You forgot to throw the frogs at him. Pocket frogs. Throw the frogs. Do it. Classic.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Verena! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
is warranted. Lead the way.
Hmm? Oh. Pocket frogs, is that like pocket sand? Yes. It's the same general concept, but instead of sand, it's frogs. I mean, think about the devastation. You reach into your right pocket, and you pick up a handful of moist amphibians, and you chuck it as hard as you can at someone. Imagine what that does to a person. Think about it. It would be devastating.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me.
Oh, you should really work on your cardio. We ran like, what, 30 meters?
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Like, just so you know, this place basically functions as a giant megaphone. Every time you speak, you literally air your voice. You cast your voice. It's like booming voice. Everybody in China can hear you right now. I mean Fontaine.
You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Probably another disaster.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Poison.
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson,
Poison.
they've already...
Uh-oh, has she reached her limit?
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me.
It's my bad, I probably killed them all.
I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Now something tells me you still haven't given up.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
At the same rate, it erases all hope.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson.
Poison.
Fate
It's poison.
is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse
to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Alright.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Prophecy is not trivial. Trust me. My canon self knows what prophecy does.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. Verena, what if I told you that there's a way that you don't have to shoulder this burden alone at all? Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. I was going to say something after it, but I just decided against it. Oh, well, neat. Thanks. You just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Yeah.
And
Hence the
if
accent.
Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Not quite. I would prefer the term piece of shit.
If that's the case...
There's no time left. Oh, cutscene. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Piece of shit. Yeah. What? Huh?
Ladies
What?
and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
What the hell?
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
What's going on now?
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice. The
Just grew.
embodiment of
You
justice
should
itself.
be afraid about how big
Does
I
it
can
not
get.
strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Oh boy.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Iron Sting? Iron Sting?
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Oh. Surrender.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
So let me get this straight. You make an entire region based on France, and their god surrenders? I see what you've done there. That's kind of fucked up. I like it.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Never thought of it that way. I detected it instantly.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
White flag indeed.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Yeah, you remember that scene in The Incredibles where Frozone put his hands up and said freeze?
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my... You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time,
Fuck yeah.
I will protect you.
What?
Applaud and
She mean the people?
rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes.
And it's still all a show.
Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
So who's the persecutor? Who's the plaintiff?
Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent
Yeah, that's
in
what I
this
wanna know.
trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Well, thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
So I'm the plaintiff, huh? Farina's Throne is a very popular ritual spot. Well, I'm never going there. The lies that I have heard. No ritual spot. No ritual spot is
Also,
better
please
than
allow
the
me to
Pine
ask,
Cone.
as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Ligma.
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
All rituals are BS to you anyways. Not the Pine Cone. The Pine Cone is tried and true.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience
It may not
members,
change the
waiting
odds,
for the perfect
but it
opportunity
definitely changes
to
the
incite
chance.
insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame.
Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson.
It didn't do
by
you any
yourself.
good today. What? It gave me C2. C2 of a character. I think we're doing just fine.
So, we arranged for a second
But I did get her in
to lie
10
in
pulls
wait
because
there.
of it. 10. First 10 pull on that banner. I got her.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
And after all, this is the same method I used to get 5 50/50s in a row. So, you know, I'm just saying, it works.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epicles, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and erroneous. Its cargo, of course.
170 rolls got you in a YELAN. Allergy and Aqua. Oh, you're talking about the or elegy, not allergy. Well, that's pretty good.
Was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
And what was my role here?
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
Neat. The Fatui being the good guys once again.
We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
I'm not gonna lie, I expected the entire house to tip on its side at some random point.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that. Kinda lied to you.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts.
Huh?
You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most
Interesting
outstanding
that she's in
champion
this seat,
duelist in all of
or this
Fontaine
stand.
would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for
My hand
you,
just twitched.
Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson.
Poison.
You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No, honestly, I had no idea what was
Oh?
going on. My mission was to give you one last chance. We hope that you'd share your secret with us before we got here.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Oh well.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Geo Traveler. Yeah. I was exploring Liyue, so I needed Geo Traveler for something. I need Zhongli so I can execute the cock and balls battle formation. And that way, I can create a truly powerful team with Geo Traveler of all people.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Indeed, yeah, we're gonna... Eventually I will get Zhongli, and Zhongli will do very well.
Huh?
Primarily because of the cock and balls battle formation.
Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh?
The first thing you did to those seated statues. Cock and balls battle formation! Go!
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Probably gonna have to make a name for it. All I need is Zhongli. All I need is Zhongli, and the battle formation will be complete. You also get to Celestia? How on earth?
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
That's a super practical
Let's quickly
gift.
confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
No.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. The Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend
Not
Navia.
actual
To be
Celestia.
honest, that
More of a
still
set
gives
that
me shivers.
resembles it floating above a domain.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Tea time. With tea she didn't actually drink.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Okay.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese.
I don't think that's a real word.
Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Hold up.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro
He has
Archon
voice
for forsaking
lines.
duty, but
He has voice
you're right.
lines.
She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Yeah, no, dude. Zach Aguilar is one of my favorite voice actors of all time. And, next to Ray Chase. So, every time I hear him actually say something as the Traveler, I get very happy.
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
That's a decent amount of titles. I think I might have to extend a certain VTuber's amount of titles.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
I think not.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
People only see you as the Archon because that's been the case this entire time.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
A bird.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Ah, my bad. Tortoise. That one.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
First of all, don't you dare insult Arlequino. And second of all, it doesn't matter who gave the information. What matters is that I just said it.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse.
Karina's like, move over, Zach. I got this, as per usual. The less voice lines that Zach gets, the more I cry.
But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
So, Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, I mean, you don't look like a Zhongli to me. Just saying.
I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
Alright, so where's the Gnosis?
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house.
Whereas we didn't try to
Or
guess a
consider
puppet,
the
since we know
endemonium
from
that is
Inazuma
used
that
in
those
every
exist.
aspect of life.
But it would be kinda unlikely that two gods end up being puppets. Wait, that one trial proves the opposite. Farina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. Bam. We had it loaded in the trigger.
The Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Yeah.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial.
Well, of course, from the viewpoint of the audience. But just from MC standpoint, I mean. Yeah.
You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Ooh.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your powers as an Archon?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
Oh, really now?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
Oh, you didn't sound very certain there.
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Maybe, maybe Venti?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
And most likely, the Tsaritsa as well.
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Oh boy.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
It's good.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right?
You're not a liar, you're
the
a
one
person.
That you loved. Shouldn't you want
There's
to
quite the
believe in me?
difference. One's an instrument.
Please, you've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
Your mom.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now?
Yeah, hundreds of years of experience. Kinda checks out. If we can't prove that she's in the Archon, we can try to prove that she's just a human. If she's only human... I don't know what to do here. Maybe this one?
That doesn't sound right.
Okay. What about this one? No? This one?
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Wait, you're not serious, are you?
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice.
Super
I swear this
sorry.
really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago.
It's
taking
poison.
many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of the seawater?
Oh boy.
In order to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the
I
simpler
really
path
think
of
anyone
admitting
wanted to
guilt.
see anyone dissolve in the first place.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
It's poison.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Uh-oh. It's not the Goblet of Fire. Do not cast your name.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
There's always that guy with a dissolution fetish. Don't cater to that guy. I am in pain. He needs help, not enablement.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Uh-oh. She actually... Oh.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved!
You're wearing gloves.
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds.
Oh boy.
Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait.
That's tough.
What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
You were wearing gloves.
Considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson.
Poison.
However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
What's really going on here? Farina can't have not known the consequences of touching that water as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing!
Yeah, about that.
Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
I wonder.
Also, if I was really just a human,
That is the nervous laughter. God, they're so mad. Oh no.
Anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
Ah. They're all in mourning.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Annelise Cardinal. Ooh.
I don't think anything she says.
I remember this visual effect. This is back from whenever Rosaline was killed. No, not again.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
Oh. Well, that
We shall
one.
now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique
d'Annelise
d'Annelise
Cardinal
Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
God, I wish this was a wishing animation.
According to the judgment
Of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Annelise Cardinal.
Farina is...
Well, what's wrong?
Oh.
What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Did the Oratrice just declare Farina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Verdict, gotcha. True. Hello, Lemonade CC. Hello, hello.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty.
Now wait just a damn minute.
To be punished via the death sentence.
Uh-oh.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences?
Wait a goddamn minute, didn't I guess this? Didn't I guess this was gonna happen? They said at the very beginning of this quest that nobody has ever been sentenced to death. And I said, that smells like foreshadowing, or something along those lines. I am right. Welcome to Texas. Don't bring me back there. I totally called this shit. I don't know when it started, but I'm gonna find the clip of that. I am going to find the VOD. I'm gonna clip that, I'm gonna edit it, and I'm gonna tell everybody I was right.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice?
You only know the Oratrice song. Oratrice Mécanique d'Annelise Cardinal. To be fair, it was fairly obvious foreshadowing. I smelled it from a mile away. No one's ever been sentenced. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll see about that. Farina has not been sentenced to death. the Hydro Archon has.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Uh-oh. So someone's getting sentenced to death.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
What are you doing here?
Is the trial still going?
No, it just ended.
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Excellent.
Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With some help from the other Fatu.
Is that the first prophecy?
Nevertheless. First prophecy slate. What the fuck does this mean?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Well, there is a mystery that hasn't been solved yet.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record.
Also,
left
how
on
did
the
that
slate.
get there?
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Alright. Vaults over the edge. Renee fought 3 local legends just to get here. This looks like the previous Archon releasing her divine power to turn the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently
Including
make
the
to you.
stingrays with the hand-holding fetish. That is not a fetish. It's like whenever I first heard the term breeding kink. No, that's not a kink, that's the actual intention of sex. That's what it's supposed to be.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other
That's
3
the
stone
point.
slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Oh? Alrighty. As God intended. Or in my case, as the gods intended.
Seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids. Does that mean that
Whoops.
Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
Maybe.
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Avia?
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we?
Okay. People turning into Oceanids. Okay, maybe that one. Nope, 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 and nope. So... maybe this one. Nope. Okay, and then this one.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
Okay,
that
so that's what it
Fontainians can be
wanted me to
dissolved in
verify
primordial
using.
seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Finally. Zach is speaking. Shh. Okay. Oh, well, what the fuck proves this? Or an assassin from our homeland. Nope. What about this? Nope. Nope. I can kind of see how that connects.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Like how the Oceanid boss was planned all along, you can tell from its lines. True. It is kind of neat. This.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Yeah. Verify. This.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fort, if we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
I skipped one of his 10 lines. I feel so bad.
Primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
Right.
The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Right. Okay. So what do we got?
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Yep.
Let's hear them.
First slate reveals that Fontainians aren't real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
You're not a real person.
Not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontainians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
Nope.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the
get some secret
truth.
info.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, The previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Right. Okay.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process.
Wow.
But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
That was fucking cool.
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
Wow.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
Well, then how did they reproduce?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth,
He's
we
apparently
can't
out
let
of
the Hydro
control.
Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So then, what's the third slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Wait a minute. It can't be.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
It feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
I'm afraid that fate would not have it any other way.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Wait. Could it be... Uh-oh.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
The whale.
It was both dream and reality.
That was fucking
If we're
fast.
talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Whoa, what's happening? No, it like broke. What? Huh? What's the purple? Oh shit. Oh. Oh shit. He's just gonna keep fighting it.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
That's right. I'd wager that's also the one that Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist.
Oof.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Wait, so he's been fighting it the entire time? And also, since Nervalet's like some 5,000-year-old dragon, he wouldn't dissolve when he touches seawater, would he?
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
And don't we still have his vision?
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it
Throw
up, right?
hands.
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
Is that so?
Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Sorry,
The prophecy.
migraine.
Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
British
All
detective.
you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Farina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at that last moment in the giant magic box? What is her real secret? What? Huh? What's happening?
What's happening with the oratories?
That's what I'm saying.
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
Bro's got some hops. What the hell? Huh? Why are you barefoot?
You.
Farina?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
The voice change is incredible.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that, One defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
True.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Wow, so you basically just made baby you. Neat.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Right.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
Yeah.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, She's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Yeah. This line hurts me. I came into contact with Farina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. Well, fucking shit. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with that Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Farina's inner world? Farina, what's she doing on that onstage? Or, what's she doing on stage? Wait a moment. This is probably not Farina, it's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her.
Skyward! Scatter!
It's 4 in the morning.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must
It says
ask you
August.
to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Well, I'm feeling something, alright. And I don't like it, Mr. Krabs.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Ligama balls.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
All the spotlights off. In Farina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? Oh, it's the golden ticket! We're going to Willy Wonka's Wonderland! Going to the chocolate factory. Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Scene 1. Before a mirror. The arena. What the hell? What am I doing?
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a
Hello,
minute.
Farina.
You're near
Yeah,
me?
it switched to walking.
How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Acknowledged.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal.
No.
I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try.
Why is her hair short here?
So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial? Huh. How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Alright. Scene 2. Accession speech? Accession? I am quite literally the slowest being on the planet right now. Can I just... Nope. Wow. Thanks. Man. Making me real slow.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession.
Accession.
But this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Hand sign, hand sign, hand sign, hand sign. Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome
I don't
to
have
the
to use any
Opera
steps if I don't want to. I would actually skip those steps in real life if I could.
I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Hand sign. Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Hand sign. Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
Oh boy.
Verena, think. What do the people want?
This is
How
where
would they
it
imagine a
gets
god to speak and act?
that.
Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Here we go.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them?
Oh. Beans.
Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self
Says
here
August.
in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere.
Now, wait a minute.
Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Eureka moment, audience member. Okay.
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Summon resolutely, with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Wow. I don't have much to say, just wow. Woo. Yeah. Can be read. Real movement.
Lady Farina,
huh?
here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties.
We're going fast mode.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, Please do not hesitate to come and tell me.
Oh, you're such a gentle and wise god.
Getting about half of the voice lines in. This is stuff that's important.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Could that be why there are cubes in the sky?
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder.
It's bedtime.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going. Alright, Farina, don't think too
Cubes
hard
in the
about
sky,
this.
yeah.
You need rest.
I did that quest, but I don't really remember much about it. The sky cubes. There's another scene?
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this.
Indeed, my dear loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood.
Poison.
Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
And again. I wonder if it's possible to learn the language of Tuvat as an Earth human.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria.
And what a fine family yours is
20
indeed.
generations.
It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it.
Honored indeed.
Ah, yes, me lord. It must be your power. Peasant brained.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Okay. 182,376.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Me?
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt.
I mean, I'm not a Fontainean.
If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
You know what else is...
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
377? Freedom?
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
Big info.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Mm.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Didn't I say something about this?
What? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the
7
face
dragons.
you make.
Something.
All you've done throughout the years.
I'd have to look back at
Just
it,
so
but
you
I'm
can
pretty sure I said
sacrifice
something about
yourself at
this
the very
too.
end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
If I remember correctly, Principles took the power from the Dragon Sovereigns and gave it to Archons.
I must say,
I'm not
had
too
it been
sure about
in
that, but
my
I remember
rights,
saying
I would have loved to
something
judge the heavenly
about the Dragon
principles
Sovereigns.
themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime?
If I could find that clip. Put a compilation of me guessing every storyline.
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principle stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself.
So what if the Fatui plan to do something similar?
So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world
Correct.
would be
What
Fontaine's
specifically?
original justice.
Oh, the principles taking the power from the Dragon Sovereigns. Gotcha,
In
gotcha.
other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live
Yeah,
on.
I concluded
should
that
be
after
the
a second.
justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
It is time.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Wasn't ready for her to begin dancing. Not what I expected to occur. And all the power is flowing to him. Oh shit. Oh, he's pissed.
I, Iudex Nouvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Holy shit, he's Jesus. Dude, his shit's glowing everywhere.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
The cataclysm.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power. Just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
But, yeah, me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler.
It's
the hour of execution has come.
All of this for a unicorn fucking fish? Fucking unicorn fish, I swear, I will remove your life from this entire plane of existence. You will be separated from the world itself. Oh shit.
But how are we going to do that?
Should be pretty easy, I just poke it a bit, right?
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordials.
God damn, you have a lot of fucking hell.
I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient. We shall look for an opening.
Oh shit, we burning it. Look, I think the goal is to group up and hit it till it dies.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility.
Alright. Come at me, idiot. Flix oil? Phase 2. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. What the fuck is this shit?
Everlasting as the moon!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Oh boy. Here he goes. Man, I really killed this fish that fast. Motherfucking who the fuck are you?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Disciple, your master's pet. Okay, first of all, who the fuck are you?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Skirk.
It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal.
Yeah.
That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time.
Oh, well, no shit.
The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
It eats too much? Well, maybe you shouldn't have gotten an all-devouring narwhal and should have just opted for a regular narwhal. Maybe that would have suited you more.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
What are you talking about?
So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
That's a freaky name.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous.
Insufficiently famous.
How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Wait a
Still
minute.
nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold
Rheindatter.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rheindatter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rheindatter. They're both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro
Makes
energies will
sense.
prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
No, there's little to be surprised about. It's natural, after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this, and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Holy shit.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Who exactly said that? Ooh. It's not the primordial sea.
Hey! Help! Over here!
Fucking boats! Hell yeah! Why didn't we think of that sooner? The fortress of Maripede, Spain.
All hands,
Hell
initiate
yeah.
emergency rescue!
Oh, little hands. Okay.
Hurry!
Fucking crazy claw machine this is.
Hey, Linda!
Yo! I'm stuck in voice acting mode.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Hell yeah. Man, the flood really did some shit though.
Are you alright? We're safe.
The prophecy was wrong.
The soil renewed. The Suina di Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss
Poison.
Navia, spokesperson of the Suina di Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
It's poison.
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team.
Oh.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Yeah, they might have just been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in that
What
capacity.
do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value
Awesome.
for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
Yeah.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure?
this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress.
It's
there are
poison.
some things you'll only know when you get there.
Well, god damn. That was a lot of stuff. Like, a lot. It took me,
Ad Astra at...
like...
Thank you for completing today's commit.
Wait, were there extra
Ad
lines?
Astra at...
Huh. Okay. Ooh. So, how on earth is this always so emotional? How is it always so beautiful in the end? Like, it was beautiful in Sumeru, it was beautiful in Inazuma, it was beautiful now in Fontaine, now that I've finished that quest. It's unbelievably shocking just how good the story is every time. The hell else did I achieve? What? That's interesting. I didn't get hit by the things it was doing at all, so... All thanks to Arlecchino. Thanks, Arlecchino. But, yeah, that's gonna be about it for tonight. Unless there's something else I can surmise. No, not yet. So, thank you all so much for watching. We'll do the traditional wish at the end. Even though we already did a whole shitload of them, why not? It's a purple! It's fucking C-17 Yanfei! You know what that fucking means? You know... It means we just do it again. And we get a regular blue. Fucking C-17 Yanfei, get the fuck out of here. But yeah, this is gonna be about it. I'm gonna go ahead and set up a raid. So if you'll give me about a moment, I will begin to work on that. And I will get as close as humanly possible to the screen. Bye. That really was an absolutely amazing story, though. I can't ever get enough of this. Nope, that just opened up YouTube Studio. Okay. I just saw a video recommendation for a cover song of Shikanoko Noko Noko Koishtantan by, of course, Falcon or Falcone, which is a metal. They make metal covers. Can't wait to hear that one. They really put the player through the ringer in the finale. Yeah, dude, that was like 3 hours. Viral brain rot meme. It's actually just an anime opening. Hmm. Hit a reload, see who we can pull up. I haven't. I think we'll go here. Those anime makers knew what they were doing. They were literally tasked to create bullshit, and that's what they did. So, to be fair, that was their job. So this is the link. Now, if you do not understand how a raid works, this link that I just sent to chat here is a link for a raid. You will click that link, and you will hit, and you will say Caliburn raid in their chat to announce that yes, it is me that is raiding them, and not someone else. But by clicking that link, you support me and other VTubers in the community. Go ahead and give them a subscription and give them a like as well. And I will see you next time. Peace.